Yo, what's going on, Riley? Good morning. I'm just Yo, what's up, Reborn? Welcome, guys. Welcome. I didn't even get the notification live. I am feeling much better, thank you. Um it turns out I might have some sort of stomach disease. And so I'm running some tests at my local doctor. Nothing serious, but it could take a couple months to fix my stomach issue. Just some sort of bacteria that's off in my stomach. So turns out I may have been suffering from this from a very long time, since like probably like a decade, maybe longer. Um, I thought it was kind of normal. I knew I had. It's probably too much information, but I have like irritable bowel syndrome and stuff. So, at least I thought so. But it turns out it could be a bacteria disease in my stomach that is causing this issue. Um, and so we're going backwards a little bit. Um, because my medication wasn't helping. So, well, hopefully it can be fixed. If it's not that, then we have to escalate it a little bit further. It could be something worse. But positive thoughts. Anyways, so give me just a second here, guys. I'm still getting booted up. I'm stretching and doing my normal warm up stuff. I thought I'd start the stream a little bit early. That way it had time to roll over. But crazy. It's been a crazy few days. Last week we had a freeze that was negative 28 degrees Celsius, which was negative 20 uh, outside. Um, yeah, outside in Fahrenheit. And I think the water main coming into my house broke. Um, like all of my appliances stopped working this last week, so I was sick and I was fixing. I just spent a bunch of money to replace the toilet and a bunch of other stuff, and I realized in doing that I found a bunch of rocks coming through my water line, like actual stones, pebbles. And I was running my water for a while and into a bucket, and I caught a bunch of material. So I think my plumbing is all jacked up right now. Half my house is water, half of it doesn't. I was sick for a couple of days. It's been a doozy. It's been a doozy. But I'm back. I'm feeling good. Feeling better. My stomach hurts a little bit, but it's manageable. Who throwing rocks in the plumbing? I know, Riley. Like seriously. Um, what happens when the water main is running up into your house? Of course, because it's underground. If it's cracked, it sucks in gravel and the sediment around it. And if that's my dishwasher started making this terrifying noise, and I was digging my hands in there, feeling inside the motor pipes and stuff, and I pulled out a bunch of rock, and I'm like, "What the heck?" And so, no, quiet, cat. I don't know if you heard my cat there. Meow. Get out of here. What do you want? Don't you know I'm recording? No, quiet, you. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, mom's gone. She's at work. What do you want? You're a cat. All right. Anyways, 1 second here. But I don't know if I think it was just Reborn. Reborn, I appreciate you covering for me while I was gone. I recognize that you were telling the community that I was ill. I tried to stream that day, and it took me out. It took me completely out. I was trying to do some work, and I couldn't focus. My brain was all over the place. I didn't have my usual energy. I felt like someone just like sucked all of my energy out of my body. And I ended the stream after just like an hour or so, which was very unlike me, being that I can go 7, 8 hours. I think the longest stream I've ever done was 18 hours straight. That was a long stream. I was doing one of those streamer charity events. So I was working with some friends, and I think it was press enter to continue. I think it was the charity press. Yeah, and it was a mental health live stream, and yeah, 18 hours. It was long. It was a long one. Whew. I tried to stay up as long as I could just to to. We had somebody call out from the circulation, so I jumped in and I did 3 shifts because they're only supposed to be like what 4 out for 8. No, I did 4 shifts. It was supposed to be 4 hours, and then I volunteered to do 2 of them, 2 shifts because we didn't have enough people, and somebody called out and they had 2 shifts, so I took their shifts, and it was a very long stream. But good morning, everyone. Hi, Kat. Do you want in my lap? Is that what's going on? Hey, sweetie. That's very unlike her usually. She normally doesn't want my attention in the morning. Yeah. Good morning. This is Mira. You can't see her, but she's a good cat. I got ferrets, dog, cats, I should say. What about you guys? You guys animal people? You want up here? You can come up here. Just don't. You have 3 cats? That's a lot of cats, Riley. Oh, cat! Oh, that was my thigh. Why you do this? Ow. Yeah, you're a cat. Climbing up my leg like it's a tree post. That hurts. I'm live streaming. You're hurting me. It's a lot of cats, Riley. No, I mean, yeah, they do well together. Obviously, cats are fun. Name Frankie. Like, what's her? Is it just Frankie? I have a cat. Or I have a buddy's cat. We named her Frankenstein, but we call her Frankie. Shadow and Daisy. Oh, okay. Just Frankie. Nice. My cats are Mira from uh or the character's name. My wife is really into anime, so we were watching Fairy Tale, and there's a character in it whose name is Mira Jane. So Mira is our cat. Um, no, not Mary Jane, Mira Jane. Um, and then I have Moroku, but he doesn't care for his name, so we call him Momo, and he responds to Momo, but he won't respond to Moroku, even though that's his freaking name. And it was his name for a year, and he just would never respond to his name, so he shortened it to Momo. Uh, and he responds fine to that. Picky cat. And then we have Oberon, the white golden retriever. He's an English golden retriever, so he's a white golden retriever. Um, and he's a beast. He's a big dog. His dad weighed 120 pounds. He's a full registered, a purebred. Hey, cat. I know you're used to climbing all over mom, but you are scratching me up. And if you want to sit here, you have to stop scratching me. You can't make biscuits or whatever you're doing. You gotta just chill. I'm coding. You're not gonna like it up here. Yeah, I have to move that hand. You can't sit on it. Okay, why are you kicking me? All right, you're done. Come here. You're done. Thank you. Here, I'll put you right here. There you go. All right. I have a question for you all. Um, uh, when you watch a live stream, Is it weird that I don't? Because when I used to live stream, I had my camera set up 24/7. But when I'm coding, I don't feel like you need to see my face because all I'm doing is squinting at my screen, you know? But I noticed that all the popular streamers that, of course, like it's more popular if you have a webcam. It's just 100% true. But I don't know that I need mine, but also at the same time, considering it. Is it weird that I don't have my camera set up, or? All right. And then I'll be right back. And then we're going to be starting our stream. So give me just a second. I'll be right back, and then we'll get rolling here. Okay. And we're back. Hey Reborn, are you here? You're probably like halfway paying attention in the background. Okay. Well, let's get rolling into our game. Um nice. Nice. Okay. So we're back to the script. Um I was tinkering with some stuff, so it looks like I might need to add. I remember I need to add something here. I need to go back through my script here and figure out what it was I was doing. I'm going to move my art program over for a minute. But we got to find a way to get the system to work. So if that means that we need to work around the limitations of gdevelop and come up with a janky but also functioning solution, I'm all for that. If not, then tears of sadness. So just to reiterate about what our current problem is. That is not the right one. We have to set our, we'll debug from this location, but also we want to set this as our main scene, and we're going to launch 3 of them this time to see what is going on in our program here. It would help if I was pressing the right button to launch these. Okay, so I'm gonna move 2 of these over to my side monitor for a moment, and then we're gonna go to the main launch here. Okay, so when we go into our game and we go to multiplayer, after we connect to the broker and we give ourselves our ID and host the game, we have the host having perfect function in what they're supposed to be doing. This looks great. I'm happy to see it's functioning. The issue begins when we start connecting players in. Now, what I wanted to do is go to our, before we run any game previews from the very beginning, we're going to start with game preview 1, which is our host. Now that we're connected, we're going to go to our scene variables. And we can see that the player has been assigned to the value of 1, as they're supposed to. And their player number, according to the broker server, is 508. Now, I've recognized that every time we reconnect, we're connecting with a new broker ID. So what we're going to need to do is develop our own broker server, and the way that it needs to assign IDs is by your incoming IP address. It should give you one player identifier that is then saved in the broker server. But because this is a free broker server, every time we connect, we have a different variable, and that's throwing in even more randomness into our code. So we need to figure out a better solution for the way that we store information, and it could be by username. Like if you have a username and you join the server, we could pass your username to the server, pass it back, and save it into the server, and then every time you reconnect, your name is stored in this data variable. And then no 2 players. Maybe there's some sort of password or like temporary to the server. So like if you joined your friend server, there would be some sort of join friend code or something. And then you make like a temporary password to log back in on those services. I'm not sure, but the way we're doing it right now, it isn't working. So maybe we can integrate with Steam. Maybe Steam's got some features there that we can use. I know that there's some API tie-in with Steam. I'd be curious to see what we could do through that. However, this unfortunately isn't working. The other choice is, of course, to utilize the gdevelop let's see, what am I trying to say? Use the gdevelop authenticator and use all the player information that way. I need to move my microphone so you guys can hear me better. There we go. Let's see here. So that's the first player. So then we're going to go into our second player. Click multiplayer. We'll be test 1. And we'll paste the join code into here. So now what we see is on the host, the secondary character is also following the multi-tools, following the hand. And that's interesting because we can see how smooth the hand is running on the client side because we know where the crosshair is. And so if we kind of put these side by side, we can see that this code runs surprisingly smooth over the net. Or in this particular case, we can see that it's running, even though they're being updated in real time, they're both updating and running smoothly. And that's what we want for a local multiplayer, or a multiplayer experience on peer-to-peer. We want that value to be nice and buttery and smooth, no matter where they are located. Now, currently we can see if I'm moving the mouse on one and using the arrow key to move on the other, that the hand actually tracks really well, as it should. However, it's not tracking the right player's information. So now what we want to do is go back in the debugger and check game scene 2. Let's reload game scene 2. Check our player variables. And we can see that the host is 0. Oh no, it's not 0. There's always a 0 coordinate in this structure because I think we pass in a I'm not actually sure why that's happening, to be honest with you. Oh, no, I do know. As the player connects, they have to get this information in real time. So there's always going to be like the second, they're number 2. So the first player joining is -1 in the array. The host is -1. The second player is 0, and then the third player is 1. And so when you connect, you get an instant array of 0 because you're the second player joining, I believe. And then they're number 22. And then we have number 58. So if I refresh this, let's move our, we want it to be negative, so we're going to move our cursor behind our player. So if it's based on our player, we're going to move it behind our player, way up here, and then we're going to refresh this and see if it moves. So their number isn't moving, but they're up, but it did get the original position. However, it's tracking this one here. So when we update the cursor code, it's being sent to what position they're in. So now I'm curious, if I have a third connect, right, test 2, let's join that code. Let's go back to here. Okay, we're in. Let's move our player around. And we're going to move it to the right, so it's positive. We're going to go back to the debugger. So now on number 3, we're not getting player number 22 because player number 22 is updating 0, and so is now this new player. So they're getting added to their own structure, but then the ID isn't being passed in here. Reborn, are you with me? Are you watching this? You're back. Okay. Okay, so you don't have to rewatch it 2 times speed. I'll just catch you up. So no matter what client we have, so client number 1, if we update their structure, we're only getting theirs and 0. Okay, so for the main player, the only cursor information that they're getting back is an update from 0 and their number, which is 508. If we go to player number 2, we see that they've added their number, which is 22, and the host, which is 508, but number 22 hasn't updated, whereas they're updating number 0. And so host 1 is getting their cursor position as number 0, and then 3 is getting, so each host is adding theirs to this state list, but instead of updating their number, they're updating the 0. Both of them are. So in their minds, their own cursor is always 0, even though theirs is added. So number 22 is client 2, and this one, it hasn't changed. And so if I change this to state dot player ID 0, right? Or state, what is it? State cursor ID like that, actually, right? Not sure what to do here. What's the code? I guess I could just go to 0, right? ID. ID 0? ID 0. I think this is it. Invalid. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is in the debugger, set the mouse cursor X value to here. So mouse cursor X, maybe I did that wrong. Maybe it's state dot cursor ID 0 dot cursor X. Shoot. Okay, so what's happening is no matter what client we add, they are adding their client to the state. Well, oh, sorry, you're right. I was trying to change the value, is what I was originally trying to do. Thank you. So they're updating 0 for each of them, for themselves, right? The host can see only 0 and themselves. And anybody who joins after the host, they add themselves to the cursor array, but then they don't update the right cursor ID. Now, I believe part of that has to do, so part of that problem, right, is because I need to change this here. I can't remember what action I need here, but I need to add that back. So for every child in the cursor, don't we need to set the... Oh, yeah, pick player. Player ID. Thank you. There we go. So now we're going to restart this process. And now with that in, we're going to see what that does for our multiplayer setup here. So first one's me, host, same. Now our hand doesn't follow us. So that's interesting. So before it followed us perfectly, but now it doesn't. So let's go into our debugger and find out what's going on. Okay, so here there is no 0, and we updated with player 69, which is this player. Let's get another client to join us. You gotta get the host ID, and we'll need to join. So we'll do that real quick. Okay, so now we've got 2 of them, and they're both working, at least. Let's they're just not rotating, which I find weird, and they're not obviously connected to the player. But let's go back to our debugger, and on our first player, we have their location, and if we refresh, we now get 0 added to the list, which would be player number 2. Okay, which is interesting because player number 2 should be number 8. So, but they're being signed as 0, not number 8. Um, so as we can see here, as the numbers haven't changed, they're set to whatever they were when the scene started. So we're not getting they're not getting their cursor value back. Let's add one more player and see what happens. Oops. Okay. Now we have a third one. And we can see it's hand rotating, so at least that we know that part works. And then we'll not share. We'll go back to our debugger. So now one of our players is being assigned to infinity, whatever the heck that even means. None of the other players are getting any updates. And only the host is getting the added value. So the system that we're using to assign players the ability to control their own mouse isn't working. And it's breaking once they go to update their cursor. So I'm thinking that we need to build a player signal that lets them know that the cursor is moving, and then update the cursor on the movement. So while the cursor is moving, update these values. And that way we're getting a signal for everybody, not just a flip signal. We're getting a signal that's passing along a state value, or not a state variable, but a public. Oh, this hurts my head. Okay. All right, hold on. What if we set the picked player? Well, if the player ID isn't working. Mm, do we not need that? Is it already a number? Okay. Well, okay. It's back in my hands. Okay. Well, it's following one player. Uh, hmm. Let's go check the debugger and find out what's going on. So in the first player, in their variables, we see the player ID is 716. And we're getting 716. But in the secondary player, they're getting 704, but they're not updating it again. So That doesn't make any sense to me. Because they are... Wait, why does their player stay empty? Their player state and their ID is empty. That's not right. Let's add one more. Let's get 3 so we can find out what's going on. You watching this, Reborn? Yeah. Okay, so they must be... Their player state and ID is broken. What is going on? Why is that being controlled by the server? Or like why they that is okay, that doesn't make any sense to me. Because in order for them to have added whatever ID number they are, so in this case what version of Visual Studio Code? Anyways, give us a second, Riley. I'd love to be able to help you. This is consuming my life here. For some reason, their player state is empty. Is there a reason why the server alone is able to see their player states? Yeah, you might have installed the wrong extension. But they're all getting the hosts. Okay, so this is where we need to start send. We need to set and resend their cursor. So like, if you're not running the host, right? Like if you're not, let me copy this. Okay, so here we're saying something I've added is when the player state is true, send Uh, Send the signal moving. So I already started this process. I forgot about this. If oh well, okay. For one, let's disable that part and set that to go. Uh, we need to reset all this. I don't know what I was doing. I was really sick when I was working on this last, and I'm delirious. Like, I don't even remember what I was doing. Okay, so there's that. Let's refresh our player. There should be no 0. Good, we're getting their default number, as we should. Now, I really don't like this whole system. Okay, so we still have... Okay, so now... What? It's so stuttery. Okay, but it's following the guy, at least. And seemingly... I don't know what he's looking at, but... if I aim, like, down here... Now he's aiming down there. What? Whoa! Okay. It's only... Okay, it's tracking it when it's following the right way. But then if I flip the object around, it gets chunky? Like when I flip? Weird. All right, that's weird. Okay, let's go check the second player and see what's happening now. So, um, in the... Here we go, we see it again. Same issue. So, when we refresh player number 1, we're now getting a player 0. So that's good, because there wasn't a 0 before, but 0 would be player number 2 anyways. So that doesn't really change anything. Let's add one more player, and then I'll answer your question. But effectively, I mean, I could tell you what I did. Effectively, I just moved a statement, and I'll show you what statement I moved because I realized what I was doing. One of the things I was doing wrong. Okay, so back to player 3, who also same scenario, right? So except for he doesn't want to follow his, it's being really choppy. So we're gonna go back to player 1, refresh there, and here we go. So now we see that player number 3 isn't adding their cursor to the list. We go to player number 3, and they're 0 as well. So now they're not being added. They're now arguing with each other. But is their player state functioning? Their player state also isn't functioning. Player state or player ID is set to 0. So we have an issue in our multiplayer code, not in our... Okay, we can fix that. So both player 3 and, in this case... Okay, so now this is what I did. So down here, for every child... So what I did, Reborn, was I realized that in my multi-tool script, I had created a while statement, and this is now while moving. Do these factors. And so this is what happened. This is what we were running at the beginning of today. And then to fix it so the guns snap to the appropriate player, this is what we use. We just moved it out of the moving. I'm wondering, though, what will happen if they're both running. Because in this format, when we receive the moving, they do update the player ID correctly. But they're still set to 0. They think that they're player 0. So we need to set somewhere up here after they connect to the server I need to send the signal back to the player to tell them what their cursor is, who their cursor is, one time. So if I do close this for now, well, my none of my player state stuff is working. Reborn. So here, this is never happening. I'm not. I gotta take this 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. One of the you guys don't know this about me, but one of the things I do in my hobby time is I make rugs, like gaming, like wall art rugs. I tuft rugs, um, and so someone gave my number to people about contacting me about rugs. So I left some rugs at some local businesses, and they've been dropping off. I've been getting random calls every now and then. So somebody wanted to talk to me about a rug. Oh, I'm here now. Okay. So, reborn. Every object when creating gets an ID of 0, 1, 2, 3. How many objects are there in the scene? Three. Three player objects. But this is the thing that I don't understand, right? It's with all of this running, with three different things. We have three players, each with their own. We can see their play, like well, this is instance ID, right? That doesn't matter. But oh, I was also looking in the wrong spot for the player ID, anyways. Shoot. Yeah. So yeah, no, player ID 0, 0, and that's for number 2. And then for number 3, if we go to them, they're also 0. So this is the spot that oh, up to. So yeah, you reborn. Yeah, you're just gonna have to work with me because it doesn't matter what you say. I have dyslexia, so I'll read things backwards. So I know I appreciate it. If you capitalize the differences, that helps me. Like when you like what you said right there, I said up to how many, not how many. If you if you like bold it or capitalize it for me when you're talking to me, it does help make it so that way I can see a little bit better. If you don't mind, stuff like that does help me, and it helps my dyslexia. Because I look for target words, sight words, and when you bold up like that, it helps my eyes adjust. Um, Coding with dyslexia is a bitch. It is a bitch. Let me tell you that. Every okay, up to how many objects are created in the scene? Yes, yes. So generally there should be more, but what's our players are no longer receiving their player state input because, and I believe it has to do with the thing that we did up here where we don't enable them to be true until after they localize on the client side. So we need to issue this also needs to be in here. Otherwise, the client is turning on, but then it's not sending it to the server. So the server's not updating the way it should be. Because technically speaking, every time a client is created, it needs to be owned by the server because of how the structuring works. But then it gets turned off because they don't actually own that on the local end for the player state for that ID, anyways. Shit, I don't know, man. This is all very. I'm starting to get real annoyed. Tell you what. This issue has been so persistent and it's made me not want to do multiplayer development. Multiplayer is hard, okay? No, let me tell you what. Nobody ever. I'm going to make this into a short. I'm going to make this into a short. This is going to be a short content right here. Less than a minute long. No one should ever make their first game using multiplayer. Their first hit title, get lots more experience underneath your belt, or you're going to be struggling like I am. This is ridiculous. I feel like if I knew more, I wouldn't be in this situation. And it's because I don't. But I'm an artist before I'm a programmer. Damn it. Okay? So you guys can do this. Don't do what I do. Don't do it this way. This is stupid. You're dumb. I'm dumb. I'm dumb for doing this. But I'm dumb so that you don't have to be. Don't start with multiplayer development as your first major title. Stupid. Stupid. But this game is my dream game, and it has multiplayer in it, and I'm doing it. No one's going to stop me. Okay? Short end. Right there. Dang it. So stupid. I have so much energy built up behind wanting to do this game that not being able to get this through is so personally agonizing for me. Like, it's crazy how sometimes simple things can really affect you emotionally. I want to make this game, and I want it to be everything that I want it to be. And not being able to get my hands or my brain to do what I know it's capable of doing. I know I can do this. But I'm getting stuck on something, and that getting stuck and not knowing how to fix it is emotionally unhinging at times. I've leaned a lot on Reborn and other people, and I'm super thankful for the help. But if I can't do this, then I don't want to give up. I'm not going to give up. It's way too early to give up. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if I have to figure out a way to get this done so I can move on, because I literally can't move on in this game as a multiplayer product unless I get this done. And I sit here for hours. And it's so painful. No, your first game should be in GDevelop. It should be in something like GDevelop, Scratch, Game Maker, okay? Great engines to begin with. If you want to get started with a GUI or a interfaceless, an IDE-less programming language, Lua, Love 2D is amazing. You can do a lot with Love 2D. And honestly, like, Love 2D is a language I could write all of this in. I'm not sure about their network code. I might need to import something else, but I love Lua is a great language. Lua was the first language that I was able to learn. Well, okay. So I've been doodling in HTML forever. HTML, CSS since I was like 14, right? I started doing development. So, geez, how long was that? 16 years ago. I started doing some development on websites and doing some work there, mostly within like Joomla or WordPress or something like that. But then, as I got deeper into it, I found an amazing YouTuber, Heartbeast. Benjamin is amazing. And when I found him in my life, Ben and I think, are relatively close in age. But when I found him, he was just getting started, and he only had like a couple, like 20,000 or so subscribers. I think maybe even before that. And he was working in Game Maker almost exclusively, like Game Maker like 1, like so pre like 1.8, 1.6, and he developed a Game Maker language book, which is the very first thing I bought on itch.io. It was the very first thing I ever bought, and I can go back and see exactly what year that was. But that was the year where I decided that I wanted to learn how to make a game, and I was going to do it. And so, at this point, I had committed to learning Game Maker. And then in the middle of doing all of that, I had gone through so much work in learning Game Maker that Game Maker 2 came out. And I upgraded my license. I have a pro version of Game Maker 2. I think I bought the lifetime one. So I have like a Game Maker 2 lifetime license. It was like $300. And I can export into like Windows and Linux and I think the Nintendo Switch even. Something like that. Like it had come out and I bought all those things. But the Game Maker language had changed. And I didn't know enough about programming languages at that time to be able to transfer my knowledge into the new changes. And the changes between 1 and 2 were serious, were mega. And so then I was, I went off and did some Lua and some other things. And then I really spent a lot of time after Game Maker with Lua, because Game Maker language and Lua looked very similar to me, at least in structure flow. And so I started studying, but at that time, I didn't even quite understand what loops are, what variables are, what functions are, and all of that. I just kind of, I knew how to make them, but I didn't quite understand scoping and a lot of the nuances of speaking a coding language, right? And so I wasted time there. I mean, I learned a lot, don't get me wrong, but then I gave up because I couldn't figure it out and moved on to another project. My art style, I hadn't really gotten very good at pixel art, so my art skills weren't there yet to even be able to make something functional. But I was really adamant. I've always been adamant about doing it myself, all my learning by myself, because that's the way I grew up learning. I couldn't read until I was almost 12 years old. Which is a big deal. For a lot of people, they learn how to read a lot sooner than that, but I couldn't read almost at all. I was like a hooked on phonics kid because I had dyslexia, and back when I was a kid, there wasn't any recognition for any of that. So, they put you in a dark room by yourself with other kids who drooled on themselves and had to have helmets and things where they were non-functional, but I was high functioning. They put me in the same situation where they didn't have time for me. I was a special needs sort of kid. And then it took one person to spend that time with me for me to suddenly be able to read. Like, they taught me how to read, and I did it in 1 year. And then, within that time frame, in the next 2 years, I went from not being able to read at all to being able to read at a college level. Because now I could understand that I wasn't diagnosed with dyslexia until I was 25. Which was 5 years ago. So my whole life, I didn't know why I couldn't read or why these things were happening to me. And so learning all these things about myself, I've learned a lot in the last 5 years about my life, like about who I am and what I'm doing. And so building this game is a huge passion of mine, because it's me climbing through all of the things I was told I could never do. And so when I can't get this stuff right, it really weighs on me mentally. Because I'm like, I can do this. I'm capable of so much. And overcoming so much. But then the weight of not being able to do it right eats my soul sometimes. It's emotional. Hey, what's going on, Ham? Yeah, sorry, I was welcome to my TED Talk. I was talking about my feelings, my emotions, in coding and development. As a solo developer, doing all this stuff by yourself is tough. It's tough. Your art, you're in charge of everything, making sure it works. And when I can't get it to work, it makes me want to smash my head on the ground. Ugh, it's so frustrating. And I'll sit here and I'll spend days. I was sick this last week and I didn't get much programming done, but I just stared at the screen trying to resolve this one issue. I refuse to give up, because this is my dream. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to make it my life, my hobby, my career. I just have to get better. But so, going back to this, we're seeing that because we didn't set the player's ownership to true, we were setting it to true after, but player state needs to be indicated by the server. It's a private state, right? So player state's a private state, and we can store private state information, but we're saying that the ownership of that object is owned by, needs to be also owned by the server, because the server's in charge of reporting things back and forth. So it's a shared space, but mostly entirely just for one player's information. So when we say we own it, the host will own all of them, but that's just so that way we can kick them, and we have to, the server needs to be in charge of these people, but they also need to be in charge of themselves. And so if we enable it on default, they will automatically be, but if we do it secondarily, it's only happening on the client, not on the server. Sorry, big transition. We went from talking about emotions back into development. but since that time with Lua and stuff, while I sort this out, I'm multitasking. I'm speaking with my mouth while reading with my eyes. I'm looking at my code. Um, but while getting into development, I started getting into about a year and a half ago. I got into React, JavaScript React, and I started doing web development stuff that way because for me, Tailwind CSS is a beautiful creature. And I used React and JavaScript to make a lot of. I made websites. I've made a few websites that I'm pretty proud of. My own personal website is a work in progress, and that's looking really sharp. Like I said, I went to school for user experience and user design, so I know how to, mostly in research. My expertise is talking to people, finding out what their pain points are, finding out edge cases, and making sure that developers are interacting with and considering all the people. But I think that's because I came from a background where no one really cared about my opinion. No one cared about me really. I was left in a dark room to figure it out by myself, and I think that having lived through that, I don't want that for other people. And it made me care a lot about humans, just about people in general, their quality of life. And oh, okay. Well, that was unexpected. Right. Well, um, uh, uh-huh. I'm not sure what happened there. Remove the player ownership to the very bottom of that tree. And then so I learned, I got into React and JavaScript. But actually, right before that, I got into uh, Python. And I got, so in December of 2021, um, I got really big into cryptocurrency. Before December, I went to an event in December that really kicked my owning off. But the beginning of 2022, so 2 years ago, um, I had made over $500,000, closer. I mean, at to the, at the value at the peak time, nearly $1 million in cryptocurrency. And in that time, I created an office in my local community where I was working with nonprofit organizations and helping businesses grow and using my funds to help the homeless and help people who lost their stuff. And unfortunately, right, like 3 days before I was going to pull out a lot of my money as crypto was changing over this year, um, they someone robbed me and drained my wallet account. And I learned Python to work with Web3 or decentralized products, and so I know a lot about. I became a crypto consultant, and I was teaching people how to manage their own crypto assets. I was building a tool that literally would prevent people from doing what they did to me. And I had been presenting this information, and then another group of people. I not only did I get robbed, and they took all my stuff, but another group of people used my open source mentality while I was talking to other people. And it's my fault for releasing my code too early. They took my product and then they finished it because they had a whole team versus me. And they finished the product and they presented it as their own idea and won a bunch of awards and stuff for it, but then never credited me or anything like that. And then I never, I kind of I stopped my project because what was the point? Someone took my code and finished my project before me, you know, and that was going to be my backup, my income in my life. And so not only did they eventually, I got robbed and they took my almost $1 million, but then they also took my job and everything else. And then so during the pandemic, I lost my personal business because I had um, it wasn't during the pandemic I was a security officer for 8 years, and during that time as I owned my security company, I sold my security company to one of the other owners, because we only had enough funds to really keep it going for one person. And so we decided, out of all of our group of friends, that were already running the business together, because we started the business. We were a nonprofit organization before we started a security business, where we traveled around and did Renaissance reenactment. So I used to travel around and teach Greco-Roman history when I was like a high schooler, with other adults. They're the ones who taught Greco-Roman history, but I was more of a model. But I learned a lot, and then sometimes would lead the classes and other things. But we learned about Greco-Roman history. We do a lot of we created all of the textiles from that period. So all the armor, all the weapons, all the demonstrations we would train and do. And so we'd travel around the US and teach. We'd do demonstrations like that to show people in college what that would actually look like. And then we also volunteered for Renaissance groups, and so they would hire us to come out, and uh, do actors. We would be actors for Renaissance stuff. So I have like an Elizabethan outfit that I've hand sewn and created myself. I have a steel plate of armor that I handmade over probably 3,000 hours, hand forged, hand pounded. It's all historically accurate. I could go into deep details about my nerdum in that factor. But so I traveled around and did that. And out of doing that group, we did a lot of volunteer security work. And so we were a nonprofit organization that was doing Renaissance stuff, and then we became a security firm. The same people. We just became a business and started marketing that business, and then it became a full-on security force where we worked with police officers and everything else, and got uniforms, and we ran that company for 8 years. And then in the pandemic, I didn't really need the job, and I had always, at the time, we were going through a bit of a startup business crisis where we had a big contract, we didn't have enough people, and so as one of the owners, I was working full time, so I was paying myself to make sure that we could pay everybody else. I was paying myself like $15 an hour, which at the time was not a lot for what I was doing, but that included my ownership shares and everything else. But I was paying my guys $25 an hour, so they would get paid $10 more an hour than me, and because I just needed them and I valued the work, and then I didn't end up needing that job, so I was like, well, I'll sell my share back to you, and then if you need me, you can contract me back as a private contractor, and I can help the business later on. And so I walked away from my company because I had almost $1 million in cryptocurrency, and I was making $400 to $1,000 a day playing a game for 15 minutes. And I was pulling that money out, of course, at times, but most of it was stacked. I had it all in savings. And I never really been like a wealthy person in my life. So after doing all of that, that was the most money I'd ever owned in the entirety of all of my life. So my daughter's career and future was going to be secure. My family's was going to be secure. And 3 days before I pulled out, I had staked $300,000 at the beginning of let's see, it was on a 6 month staking, and it was like a 500 something increase. So it was going to be $300,000 was going to be $680,000 in return. And I'd been waiting the 6 months for that to happen. And 3 days before that happened, they pulled it out, charged me $40,000. They drained my physical bank account. They drained they maximized my credit cards. They had hacked into my home network and stolen all of our information over months so that they could pull off this heist. And then we worked with the federal government, and we got our money back in our bank, but everything but our cryptocurrency, we were able to get back, of course, because it's kind of a lawless thing, and they couldn't track that down, even though we could. And so like my own mistake ended up costing me almost $1 million. I quit my business, and then I couldn't get work. So I went back to work for my security company during the pandemic after all this happened. So I started working for my own company that I left and sold, making more money than I did when I had left, because now as a contractor, so I made more. And then I worked alone, by myself through like the worst mental health crisis of my entire life because I just lost almost $1 million. And I was doing security by myself where I was working 18 hours a day, uh, 5 days a week by myself overnight. And I did that for, yeah, a year, over a year. And it just my mind ate my mind away until there was just nothing left. I was in the most dire, critical position I've ever been in. And then I ended up making some mistakes. Really dissatisfied with my life, made some mistakes, and it's cost me a lot. And so this is my redemption. This is my comeback story, you know? Coming back from I've had a hard life my whole life. I've suffered from chronic post-traumatic stress disorder because I've seen and been a part of some things. You know, I've been injured in the line of duty as a security officer, and other and in other factors in my life. And so, yeah, I guess there's a lot riding on this for me emotionally. Just to finish that whole thought and what got me into all of this. Um, Everybody's story is different. You never know, what people have gone through or what they've been through or anything like that. And so, for me, listening and hearing people's stories and man, yeah, okay, this doesn't work at all. Okay, shoot, what are we gonna do now? And now, why isn't that working? Riley, of course. Hey, man, take care of yourself. I appreciate you coming in and hanging out. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. I hope that you feel better soon. Okay, now that doesn't work at all. All right. So, what are we going to do here? Reborn, I realized that you said that you were going to check to see if peer to peer is working on your end. I can hand you this project. Do you want I can give you the project folder as it is right now. But honestly, for the life of me, I cannot figure this out. And I've asked Vegetato, I've asked Arthur, I cannot get help. Uh, yeah, I've asked for help. I can't get help. There, which I find very kind of annoying because both of these people, I guess that does kind of make some sense. I wonder if it has to do with your outbound peer-to-peer. I'm telling you, Reborn, like I said before, bud, like a simple laptop or something. I can do something. I'm willing to help. That way you can actually use all the stuff. Oh, I bet. No doubt. No doubt. Man, I'm getting real frustrated with this. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Well, I'm going to open back up Vegetato's work and I'm going to take a glance at a couple of things. But for the life of me, I can't get either of the developers who are like, yeah, if you know, like, what really bothers me, and I understand that people have a life and there's things that are going on, but if you should be a person of your word. And if you say you're going to do something, you should do those things. So when you say you buy my product and I will help you if you get stuck on something or need some help, and then never actually follow through with that, that pisses me off. Because that's part of the package that you're selling is customer service. And people are throwing together these projects quickly, but then aren't providing the support that they claim that they will, but they're making profit off of these sales. And it's false advertisement. And again, it just pisses me off. So that's how I feel about that. So if any of those guys join and you hear my frustration with you, uh, listen, I respect what you're doing. I respect the project and everything else, but these projects aren't super polished either. They're templates. But then to follow up with being like, yeah, we're gonna do this. We got this. We're gonna, no. Either do what you say you're gonna do or don't do it at all. Because if not, you're pissing me off. Yeah, it does. Oh, I've read them all. And so here we gotta set owned to true. We gotta set that at the very top. That's important. Got to be just like this, just like we had it. We need to make sure that the yeah. No, it's commented, but it's only commented, of course, for their very specific example, and that annoys me. That annoys me. Oh, it's not the problem with the multi. Well, I mean, maybe. We're having a join connect. Okay, so okay, so now when I go to the debugger and I check my scene variables, we only have what? Now we're only getting one. I don't like this. So why are you player 0? Wait, what? right, the player state isn't updating in the multiplayer. And I'm not sure why. What? 4-6. Okay, we are getting the multiplayer ID in there. 4619. But then we're not getting it in the cursor update. Okay. Go back in here. Let's take another look. Gonna piss me off. So the first player now is 0. And they're not updating player number 2. What? Players 2. My bad. I misunderstood my own fucking code. Oh god. Players 2. That makes sense. Noise seed's the same. The state is not functioning correctly now, and it has to do with okay. Well, at least his arm is following now. Dang it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is on my yeah, it's on my to-do list. Okay. What? Okay, but where is it? Look, the cursor. Okay, so we can see by the way that this is tracking that it thinks its cursor is over here. Right? So we can see that it's sending the flip signal to the server and we're getting it back. But the server thinks that he's looking over here. We can see that because this is supposed to be aiming, right? So if I slowly move around, we can see it. It's getting targeted right here. Now this guy, on the other hand, it's perfect, right? And then if we go down on this guy, put it at the bottom, and we move this guy around, it is still connecting to the main host's crosshair. We can see that if we right here. See? So now, if we move this guy, move this one, we can see as it's updating, even though it's really slow and chunky, on player 2 here, it's rotating around. And he doesn't actually have... Oh, it's being drawn underneath the red for the second player, or the first player. That's fine. So we can see, though, that as he moves, it's still connected to the wrong player. So going back into this first one, going to our game scene variables, 0 is updated, and so is 98. Currently, that seems to be the problem. But see there, we get their number. Their number's right here. But it's not being updated here. It's sending it as 0, which is ID position according to the server in player count. The current player in progress is 0. So now 98 is the host. But then if I refresh the host, we're getting sent 0 and not theirs. And for some reason, the client is connecting to the host and not even position 0. So the host is the ID in the cursor array state. But for whatever reason, this guy, doesn't matter what client he's on, if we look, he's looking at the wrong, he's looking at the host's cursor position. No matter what we do. And here, they're updating this, but it's getting player ID 0. Except for the host. And they're adding their number to the array. Oh, I'm so close to just moving over to Unreal or Godot. Ugh. Holy cow. And if I do this one, now my hands are broken. But I don't really care if the hands are broken. One second. Sorry, VeggieTatoes messaged me. It's really hard for me to explain like this, but I will do my best. All right. So the ID, okay. So back to what we were doing here. We have our first client. Um, I'm gonna go back to what I had before I just disabled all this. Sorry, I'm becoming frustrated, and I'm trying not to express that in a negative way. All right. So no, that doesn't work either. All right, whatever. Okay. So in the debugger, going into their scene variables, right? There we go. So they are updating, right? So the host we can see by going down to their what what the player state's all borked. Oh, that's because it's not the host. So we can see 0 and 99. The host is 99. The ID number for the host is 99 because that's their number, the player number. There's two players joined, and then if we go down to their player ID, they're getting it from the broker. So we see the player state, both of these people, and then an ID. Uh, but this concept is leaving my brain hurt. So okay, so if we follow this step by step in a triggering method, I guess I could use debug prints here, but here's the fact. The player ID is being sent to the server. The server gets their player ID from the broker when they connect. Boom, that's their ID. They also get this broker code. So the ID is this. That's getting passed into the cursor array, and it's updating. Now with player 2, we're seeing that if I update the mouse cursor, it doesn't matter where I put it, on number 2, oh, it did update. It updated for 0. So he is looking at but then we're not getting any rotation now. So what? We go to player number 2 and we check. Player number 2 should be number 21. So this is the part that, so on the first cycle, we have 0 and 99. So I'm talking to Vegetato. I don't know if they're actually watching now because I saw our stream count go up. But I'm typing to you the same thing. Uh, So what we see, okay, so if we follow the structure, right? 99 is our host. So 99 is our host. We already figured that out. We're getting that position correctly. For some reason, it's not binding the actual location of the object just yet in the right location, but we can see. Well, no, it's not actually doing anything because these should be rotating at all times. So going back down to here in our player mechanics, I'm going to change this back to the think THNK player ID, picked ID, see if that updates or breaks anything here. Let me restart the development here. So what I want to see is obviously it being trailed behind our host like this. Okay, so here's this. So now it's being assigned to the think ID, and now we're not passing in player ID. So now it's guaranteed passing through. We see this properly. If we add another preview, that's the wrong button. There we go. And we join that game. So we'll copy our code here. Test 1, 2, 3, paste our code. I'm going to have to do that weird thing. There we go. So now, again, I believe, well, no, yeah. Okay, yeah. So although the arm is glitchily tracking our player, we can see that as we move around on this player, it seems like, so if we put this at the very top, or we'll go to the very bottom, and then we'll move over to this one. Now, every time we move, we're tracking this one location, which is here. So it's not updating properly. We can see that. So we go to our debugger, right? We go to our variable, and we see that in the second preview, they're not getting the host, which is strange. We should still be seeing the host's cursor variable. And then when we scroll down to our player state, they're not getting anything passed into here all of a sudden. But then if I go to their actual player, same thing. This makes sense because it's the host. This makes sense, right? Because it's the hmm. If I run this in the initialize script, I wonder if part of my problem here is that I'm trying to select things that don't exist. Because technically speaking, so now if we set it to player ID, the interesting thing is, right, the player ID wouldn't be populated until, sorry, I'm on a train of thought issue. Whoa, I don't know what is going on here, but all right. Okay, there's our ID, I guess. I don't know what that's about, but that makes sense. We're still getting our player state somewhere. Let's get another player to join in and see what happens here. Ah. Mm, uh, shoot. Okay, my phone is being blown up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get this done, and somebody's blowing me up. Okay, so now, all right. Well, now we got a whole nother issue to debug. Interesting. They're not getting a. Okay, and that makes sense because this up here. Uh, oh no, wait. We can remove that, and then we can set this to false. These are locals, so they don't need to be. Hmm. It has to do with the way that we're getting. How's this information being saved? Why isn't it linking to the player? That's what. What? Lower this. Player ID 0, structure 0, which is strange because we're. Wait, well, that is strange. Why are you getting ID 0? Oh, that's weird. That doesn't need to be in there. I don't know how. I don't know what happened there, but remove the errors first, and then we'll check the, okay. So still not tracking on the player, because it should be on their position, right? Because that's what we do. We create it. Where do we create that at? And we link it to the player. We need to change its position, I guess. I wouldn't think that we would need to do it every frame. That seems silly. But I guess that does make sense. Just with the way that I thought it this needs to be, I need to change something here. Okay, well, that's fine. At least it's on my feet. That's better. Why is it there, though? At that, like that? I don't know. It's like at my origin. Uh, huh. Now we're not getting any updates. What did I break? Alex, what did you break? What did you do? You monkey? This. Hmm. 21. Okay. So we are getting their update. Update 21. So that's good. We fixed that part. The first part, anyways. At least. Okay. Close these chunks. Can't see nothing. Player ID 21, player structure. Okay. Good to go. So that part is working, but not. Let's remove this. Now it doesn't follow me at all. Oh boy. So I move backwards. Part of me is like, all right, you know what? We're just going to start pointing our multi-tool. That's the only thing I can think of doing right now that would even change any of this. Okay. So player ID doesn't work. This is how it should be, but per player. So now let's go back in here, go back to our scene variables. Getting player 80, as we should. Good. We can now hide. Let's get another one. Okay, now he's following the host. He doesn't have a thought of his own, but his hand's at least in the right place. Okay. Well, some bitch. Let's go check our debugger. Okay. This is, here it is. We see it again. So this is what, why? We have 0 and 80, but then on the second player, we have their value, which should be 61, but it's not updating. And they are probably player ID 0. Okay, so we need that to say to number, pick their ID. Okay. Yeah, I just checked the player ID. It's 0. So the player ID is, so if I go into here just to double check everything. So their player ID 61. We're getting their ID. But they're not updating the scene variable with their player ID. They updated it once, but everything else is still going underneath 0. So we get the starter location of that object, but then they believe themselves to be. So here we have 61. So if we go back, if we go to the main player and refresh, we only are getting 0 and 80. Well, no, because we're setting them to their server ID. That would be true if we added them, if we set them to the same scene variable as like the player joined. So if I set this back to player ID, right? If I set these to the same thing, they no longer snaps to the player. the actual object, the hand won't assign to the appropriate player for some reason. But now currently they all look at the host's mouse pointer, even if on their client they're looking at the host. So it's being assigned properly to each, like their hand is, but there's an issue in the way we update the cursor and in the way that they receive the cursor signal. So we're getting the yes, this sort of issue. So if I remove that completely, just to show you, okay? Now we're getting, this is the player's seed number, I guess, which is actually crazy. Interesting. There's got to be another way to do this too, so I don't have to keep doing this weird tab method. It bothers me. See, here we go again. You know, so that we're following the player right only to the location of that cursor. So this is working exactly as it just was, except for second player coming in is 0. Okay, that's fine. Because they would technically be 0 on the order, whatever, fine. I don't know. That's a good question. I have no idea. Because he's coming as player ID 0. But even if if I remove that and I went back to this one, same, I think I believe we have the same issue. So that's what I was trying to figure out. I was like, what's the difference here between these two and why is one, but they both do the same thing. So now it's at my foot for whatever freaking reason and it doesn't rotate. And then if I go check the debugger, we're getting the ID still, but then it doesn't rotate, which tells me right away it's broken. Like it needs to be rotating. But that will only work. Hold on. But that only works though because we have, or it isn't working because of the, this is waiting for, no, yeah, this should be working. Yeah. So for whatever reason, it's putting it at their feet, which isn't even where the players. It's like even if I remove that, right? Go back to preview. So now it works, right? But then we're going to run into the same issue where Lord. Now he's just 0. But he should be at least -1. Is it this? But we have to identify this, don't we? We can't leave this empty. Can we leave that empty? Because I feel like it's defaulting back to. Okay. Wait, who's... My own brain hurts now. Let me restart these. I'm not sure what's going on. $83. Okay. I accidentally click host. Dang it. Oh. Wrong button again. Calm down, Alex. One button at a time, please. Okay, so I'm gonna put the thing down there. No, yeah. So now it's pointing at this player's cursor. No? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not updating until he moves. So now we can see it happening on the host's screen. There we go. So it's doing the same thing. Okay, let's go refresh. Where we see player 3 or player 2 updating as 0. Players 2 player ID is 0. Okay, because they're technically that player in the array. So let's start one more. I just want to see what happens with the third person. Okay. So now this player has... They're also staring at the other player's crosshair. Something over here. Wait a minute. Yeah. So now it's still all based on the host. And we can see that each player ID 7 should be number 4. Let's go back to our scene variables. And we have 3 players, 83, 7, and 0. So the second player is always defaulting to 0. The third player is getting their ID number set, but when it comes to tracking, they're tracking the very first player ID. So, scratching that idea, right? Let's move this out, move this back on, or we can leave this here actually. We're going to change the player ID to the state players joined. So now we are controlling their ID, right? Just in this example. And now we can set this back to, I'll pull that out and then we can fix this. There we go. Okay. So we have the issue where, okay, at least for now, right? It's at everybody's feet. Let me go make sure I didn't accidentally undo something up here. We don't need that multi-tool positioning because it should be here. So let's update that real quick to see if that fixes that issue. I gotta restart it, probably. Okay, now so it's not on my feet, and it doesn't smoothly track. So that's an issue, right? If we hide this and undo this one, we can redo our preview. But okay. Okay. They're assigning properly, like they're creating with the right player, but the crosshair placement is being tracked incorrectly. And this one doesn't have the player state picked by player ID, so let's re-add that. So now we break it, which I find very interesting. So when we assign the player ID, now if it is based on each of these player IDs for the server, that's the part I don't understand. Why did that make a difference? Okay. So this guy, we both have our hands where they're whatever. And then, okay. This, maybe? I'm trying to think in my head how to connect to these. So like they're not updating per player. So what we want to do is until I can get this part right, we need that to snap to the player. So just humor me while I tinker around with this. Oh, hello. All right. Okay, it's still not connected to the right one. Dang it. Why are you doing this? Okay, so it's still attached to whoops. Whoa. Hello. Come back here. Click on this one, but then move on this one. There we go. I'm gonna move this to the other side just to see if I'm trying to analyze something. What? Why does that work like that? I don't understand. Okay, so here it is again. So reborn. Are you watching this? Yeah. So here we go. 0, right? 1 is the host, I guess, because we're even though that shouldn't be the case. I'm not sure why that happened. But player number 2, right, should be player 2. Player 2, their player state is 2. The ID isn't anything. That's doesn't seem very important right now. The player state 2, we're getting it off the player ID, so player if it's player state 2, right? And then we go to the scene variables, we should see 1 and 2, and we do. And then if we go to number 1, we should be seeing we have 0 and 1. We're not getting the update from the second person. Anybody after the first person, it doesn't update the state list. It does in their own, but it doesn't get sent back to the server because they default to 0. And 0 is being updated, but number 2 isn't. But they're looking for the marker, so then they like default back to. I don't understand what's happening here. We did that before and it worked fine, didn't it? Where do you think we should log those, I guess, is the question, right? So every time we do a move, right here. So even if I remove this, and now we have no player connection. Because we're doing this. But if we don't do that and we just do this, we preview this. Okay, same issue. So the cursor isn't going to the position. So it doesn't. We're not sending it doesn't matter if we're sending the. Sorry, I'm about to lose my mind. So when I remove, okay, so from the server, when I remove this action that tells them what their ID is, we have the host is working. And we can see that they're number 1. There's no 0. No 0 in the state, just number 1, because they are the first player. Players joined, 1 of 1. Everything's working as it should. Exactly, and that's the thing. I'm just not understanding why. It's like I'm banging my head against the counter over here. So here we go. We have this one. Test 2. Join. Okay, so now we've got this guy who's obviously watching. So if we go to this client and we move around, they're. Oh, wait, what's going on here? So they're tracking the main player's cursor again. So if we go to refresh, we go to global variables, we're seeing that they're creating that variable, but then it goes back to 0. on client number 2. And if we go to client number 1, they're only now receiving 0. So once the second player connects, this isn't working. So what we're doing is we're changing. I mean, it is working, but that means then that we're getting something wrong here. So they are getting their player ID, but in the cursor, it has to be this. This part is working. We've already, down here, I've already tried that. I undid this to give us more control because it's the same thing. I'm not doing that again. It's the same thing. It'll bug out the same way. We've already tried this. It does the same thing with the pick player ID. It'll add their player ID, but it'll do the same thing. So until we get that right, I don't want to change anything. This is the simplest way for us to see what's going on. So then if I go back and I add the picked player to this, so set the picked player to player ID, in the initialization, well, it is their ID because we're passing it. It doesn't matter. To my understanding, is it doesn't matter whether this can be the to state. This can be this, and it's going to do the to number. But we're making it their ID by doing this. Listen, I know it's not their, it's right. So here, right, picked player ID. Their ID is, this one won't work because it's trying to attach their ID. The player, well, we're setting it. Set the picked player to the player ID. So whatever this value is, it's going to be what it's going to be. Okay. The variable of uh oh, condition. Sorry, my apologies. State joined is not the, what variable are we looking for? Player state that, yeah, is equal to what? Ah, okay. So yeah, so in this case, yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's working as it should. and they're number one, ID one. So that's appropriate. Obviously, we're gonna break things by doing what we're doing, but so no, actually, what is he looking at? So we can tell that his cursor position, he thinks it's right there, which has nothing to do with the host. That's interesting. Oh, it just moved. Oh, it is the host. Hold on. We got to do it like this. Yeah, okay. So it's still updating the next player's position incorrectly. And that's fine. As it should be. But they're being... So they're... Here again... Okay. Yep. That part doesn't even matter. This one? The whole mechanic? Wait, what? Remove? Yeah, I'm just making sure I understand. For each instance of player. This? I think that's what you want. I could be wrong. Ah, right. Rip. Yeah, no, so that we just lost his hand. His hand doesn't even exist anymore. It's not flipping like it used to. It's not linked to his fourth player. I haven't even added a third player. So now we're losing because we're not linking them the way that we need to be linking them. We're losing the I'll add one more, but yeah. All right. Everybody gets checked in the debugger. Who do you want to get checked first? The host? The host is only getting hasn't updated their public cursor position for anyone. So he's getting ID 2, ID 3, ID 4. I am. For some reason, the owner owns him always. Like the host always owns all the players, so that's fine. But we can see their player IDs appropriately. Scene variable. Yeah, let me go to the other game scenes. So now we get player 1 and player 2. For number 2. Number 3, we're going to get player 1, 2, and 3. Oh, no, we're only going to get 1 and 3. So the host is always updating, but then the clients aren't. So now they're not defaulting to 0. Now they are getting the proper number, but they're not updating the host, who then needs to update everybody else. I'm not. But the state update, we need to see every player's crosshair, no matter what player they are. We have to. So it doesn't really. I mean, we can go check player state, but their player state is nothing. They're not updating their player states. Only the main host is. Unless we go into their individual instances, and then they are. So that's because the way that player state works. So it doesn't matter who you are. If I go to the last player's player state, right? They're whatever. Uh huh. Which part? So this is the part where we're getting some issues, because this should be once. Like every time a player joins, this should happen one time. So like if I did this, right, I could then go, if the variable of, well, hold on. Give me a second. I'll explain what I'm doing. Uh, it's a scene variable. So if the scene variable so like if it was equal to 1, so this is what they do in the multiplayer example, okay? And then in the where's it at? Let me look for it. Oh, okay. And then what they do is they remove this. And they do it like that. So if the player state is, if you're joining and you're number 1, do this. If you're number 2, do this, right? And so right now what we're doing is we need also the initialization to be true for each of them. That's something we have to pass along now to every single one of them. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Instead of, and so this is what they do. And then now, whenever a signal is sent, then they track the cursor, right? So now we're gonna not link it this way. We're gonna use the version of link that they use. Let me fix this for a second. And let me fix it down here as well. So now we are the owner isn't owning all of the players, and I think that has to do with what's happening. So in their example, well, we're not receiving the signal right anymore. Let's go backwards here a second. We're going to close this down. I know this isn't a bool. We're going to name it to a number. We're going to want that for everyone to do this method. Okay, host is not connected, so that's immediately a red flag for me. We're getting 0 as their ID. Might have been because I joined too fast. That's the other thing I got to worry about now. Stupid. Okay. The debug or the connecting to the freaking. It should already be connected. I should have my host already, but. Okay, just making sure. Refresh. So now we're number 4. So whatever's happening with the player ID string, we're getting number 4 from the broker. The broker says we're player number 4. Fine. Okay. Now we need to take into account. So now when we go back down to here, we need to, we're already doing this. So we're going to pull this out and we're going to paste it here. Delete that. Okay, so getting rid of this text moving, whatever. We're just going back to the most simple version of what we have. We're not pinning. The server's not pinning like it should. We're getting the cursor. But what we're saying, oops, is there, that should work. We're already doing that other thing. We don't need to do that. There we go. Okay. So following the player as it should, that's our first example of it actually working right. And then multiplayer test join. Okay. And now we're still connecting to the main player. So let's move the hosts. Yeah, so the hosts' hands are still deciding where we should be looking. Okay. So, oh, dang it. I didn't mean to close them down. Alex! All right. Okay. Okay. Debugger. Refresh. Scene variables. We're getting 0 and 2. And then we're getting... Whoa. Now we're just getting player number 2s? That's not right. So we have our player. We're going to refresh our scene variables. We're player number 2 in our seed. So the seed, the number doesn't really matter, right? So we're scene 2. Let's relaunch another game. And go back to this. Oh, okay. Player 3 doesn't even get an option. What happened? Let's go to number 3. Same. Oh. Oh. I know why that is. That's my own doing. No. Wait a minute. Oh, there should be no player 3, so let's just do 3, right? Okay. Just to clean that up a little bit, right? We create an object, we link it to the player, and then we change. Now we'll just, for each instance of player, change their Z order. That's fine. I'm looking through code, if you're wondering what I'm doing, why I'm so quiet. Okay, so if you're number one, go to my state. My player state is true. I go back to their lobby script because they have a bunch of scripts that are like interlinked. Oh my goodness. I'll be right back. I got another phone call coming in. Oh my god. Okay. Anyways. Okay. So Reborn, the other thing that they do, which I'm trying to wrap my head around, is they actually have three scenes, and in the lobby when you're connecting to the server, there's this interim because they like to synchronize everybody, right? Um we hmm, okay. This is hurting my brain. then we go into the game scene. I'm just looking over this from the top down. This right now. I need to start the match. So we need to define each player. So when the initialization is true, um, no, we can keep that. I'm messing with stuff. So we're gonna get rid of this for now. We do need it, but I'm gonna move it up here just to save it. It's not gonna go anywhere. So and not get myself complicated, we're just gonna deal with two people. So now So once this runs true, we need to set their player state to false, or the initialization on the local client and on the server. This is important. Uh, I need to start moving mechanics out. I don't need this right now. It's actually causing me some mental issues here. My brain's getting wrapped up. Don't need this. Don't need this. Uh, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Uh, okay, so Reborn, are you watching? Okay, I'm just gonna show you this. Okay, so here's Vegetato's thing. Okay, so when a client connects, I they receive, right, player one add. So every time we do this, we can ignore some of this other stuff because it doesn't actually matter right now because I have this stuff disabled. It's for the game modes. So if player one is added, we're going to remove some of this extra script just so it's not so. Uh, that's fine. So we see +1 players added, and then we get them created. Now, in their movement script, I'm not doing this, but they have for every player, they're doing this because there's only a 4-player maximum. So they're doing if player one dash equals right, send this to player one. We don't need to do that. We found another way around that, so we can get rid of the way that they're doing. So then for holding keys, at least for now, right? When the right button is released, move, set these to true and false, holding it and everything. We have that done in everything. We don't need to look at that. When we go up here, when they get assigned to player number one, right? When they get set to true, we look at their player. If it is the server and the player is true, so the server first, define each client number. I'm gonna hide all of this. They're using a spawn location to decide the player's variable to join, and that doesn't actually. They're doing a very simple system, but what they're saying is that when their player state is true, they are changing the scene variable I am player number one set to 1, and they send the signal I am player 1. So then when we go down to receiving and sending signals, when we look at player 1, we see that client has sent I am player number 1, and then we change their local to the state. We change both their local and the state to that location, or to that whatever, right? So it all begins with I am player whatever. So this is for usernames. They use a different toggle there. Where is the... If this is player number 1, they're changing their target location based on this. So they're saying if I'm player number 1, change the cursor position to this, change it to a scene variable, position 1 for player 1, send it in. They're sending it in these. So the scene, they add that to the scene gets passed through, then they send that trigger, and they do it for each player. This is, I don't want to do this. This limits us obviously to the amount of... Okay, yeah. So with that, now let's move this aside. Let's go to our system. So first of all, how do we do this so that this doesn't happen? This needs to count, but this, we got to figure this out. So we need to pass it what player it is. So we need to set its ID effectively, right? To number 1, number 2, number 3. And that's why we're using the player state joined. Because when they join, the server gives them their ID, right? So now we can add this. Wow, what happened? To here, and say your ID is equal to the player's picked ID, but in this case, okay, humor me, state.players.joined. We're just for now, we're just labeling it. We're not going to use it to track the cursor. We're just giving the user a ID to the server. They are whatever player they are joining as. So player 1 will always be player 1. Work with me. I'm a visual learner. It would be better if we work together on this for a second. I mean, if you want to, if that helps you, of course. But so here, normally, under their circumstances, we would have to create, going back to their creation script, they add a number, and then when that number is 1, they're assigning the picked player to true. So they become true if they're the first one in. If they're the second one in, they get true. And they have to do that per player. Now, I don't want to do that. So immediately we can undo this. And now, whenever a player joins, they are automatically assigned to the incoming state. So we don't need to say, if on player 1, set me to true. If on player 2, set me to true. Then from this, I want to follow it step by step. Okay. So now we have a system that's creating players as they come in. However, every time someone connects, we're setting the ownership to every player who is currently joined also to owning that player now. So we need to find a way in the client to set that to false. So in the method that they had, they were using player state joined effectively. Well, in their, let's see, in their example, they used a scene variable called player number. Because this would be, like I said before, these people, like, they're, don't get me wrong, he's making templates and then pushing them out so people will buy them, and they do. Um, but I don't think that they're very greatly coded either. I think that they do know what they're doing, but I don't necessarily think that I think that they used the solution that they figured out and then just rolled with it. And I think that there's a more advanced and also a it's not. It's not. Because when they get this signal, when player 2 joins, right? And they get set to true, we go back up here to the top and we check their local variables. So when they get joined, the host is still assigning them the correct variable, the player number, right? And we already know that they've connected because if we go to their lobby script, right, this is the other thing. So when they're going into each of their effective, so in their game, there's a lobby. You click on you join the button, the host joins, right? The state then is added, and this is where they use it here. The state adds 1, and then how many have joined? Well, we add it to both the player and the server in the join script. So when they're joining, right, and the mode is the global variable mode is set to true because that's what we're trying to join, then for every player under the max, every time that one of them has joined, they add +1. So then in our game script, to mimic that, for us to be able to do that, we then have to, because it is shared right before they connect. Oh, this is the lobby. What did I just do with my script? Oh, I moved it over here. Sad day. So then in ours, we need to, when they connect, they're already getting this variable. So we don't need, they're looping in a weird way. We don't have to do that. We've learned that we don't have to do that. Because this player will be number 2, no doubt about it. Like when I assign it to them, they'll be number 2. This works fine at doing the same thing, this logic here. So we can just do that. So it starts at 0, First player joined, boom, player number one, we create their stuff. But here, we're setting ownership to the server. Because we don't have a variable that checks for everyone that we join do this thing, because right now the host is getting assigned everyone as owner because that's what they're doing here. So we need to then create a client side that says, hey, if you are the server, then this remains true. But if you are the server or if you're not the server, if a client connects and, so this would mean that every person coming in is owned by the server. And this is wild. That doesn't need to be like that. This needs to be just be player.id. I'm not sure what happened there. Right? No. Interesting. So here we're turning both the local and the server to false. I guess I should just try that first, huh? One step at a time here. Follow the troubleshooting one step at a time. Okay. What happened here? Hi, buddy. What? Okay. Not sure what's going on here. Whoa, 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 whoa. View the debugger. So the host is 0 for some reason. Let's check the player state. Go to the player scene. He's 0. And player number 2. Okay, we're not getting the X position. That's weird. But that might be in my code. I might have bugged something out. Let's go take a look at it. Oh, you know what? I do actually know. I think I know what I did. Aha. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So let's fix that. Right. All right. Okay. All right. Let's go back and check our debugger. Make sure our main person here is working right. There's 0. Which means I loaded in too fast. It's killing me. I hate it. This this load into the broker. The broker is broken, I think. I don't think it works the way it should. I could be wrong, but let's go back into our debugger and now check. He should have a number. Why are you 0? Oh. Uh right, because we're not setting a player ID. Okay. Get out of here. All right. Oh no, wait. It was. What? Did I just have it in the wrong position? Whatever. He's 1. That's fine. Okay. Can't. Yeah, it's still following the wrong player, but that's fine. We're getting somewhere, I think, at least. The host should be down here, and now is, yeah. Okay, so very clearly we can see that this is a problem. It's following that player. So go back to the debugger, go back into here. So player 1 and player 2, though, are successfully being mapped. However, we're not getting player 2's cursor location. The server is setting it, so that's good. But it's owned by the server, and it shouldn't be. These should both be false. And we're storing that there. Player 2 is false. Player state 2, false. Scene variables. But we are storing their crosshairs correctly, right? Seems to be. Let's move this crosshair over here and let's set it. See if anything changed. Yeah, it did change. Okay. And what about down here? Good. Yep, that's changing as it should. So that's good. At least it is changing. So that's state. But now player state. Why does it keep going to the bottom? What is that about? Okay. I'm confused. I'm looking at what you have set up here. Okay. I see what you got going on here. Okay, I see what you're doing. Hmm. I'm getting so close to this, I can fucking feel it. Okay. Player ID of 1 is being sent, but the player's ID is 0. Okay, we're working on it here. twice 0 for some reason. So of course that I probably joined too fast. That broker sucks. Okay, or I suck. We'll find out. Why are you 0? Is 1. Scene variable is 1. So we're getting the right value. But now this here isn't right. I would assume that needs to be this. Okay. Now what? Okay, now we're getting the 0 again. Y player. Whoa. There's something I don't understand about player state. Definitely. This shouldn't be happening. It's because of this. But players 1. Player state. Hmm. Then we go here. Okay. This should be false. So this is player state think ID. Okay, so now we need to set there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Actually did the whole thing this time. Okay. It's working. That part's working. This is working great. Okay. Hold on. We're not getting updates to the player state. That's what I don't. What? I'm confused. This should be false. Okay. Now we go back up to player state. And now we just need to set the players. Let me go back to the main server. Let's check this out. So each of the clients that are connecting should be added to the, there we go. Okay. And now when I go to them, I should see that they've run their code, and they haven't. Because they're storing it underneath more values. So this is them. The player state isn't getting updated. At least I think so. Why? Where is this being created at? I have to find that. Because right now, if we go to the secondary client, we can see here that's reporting back that this is false, but it's the same ID. So we need to move that back one. So rather than player, it needs to be player ID and not, or player state player ID and not player state player pick by ID. Okay, so player dot ID. Gotta get rid of player state. There we go. Update. Let's close these out. Go back to launch. I'm gonna cry tears of sadness. I can't get this to work. It's freaking pissing me off. All right. So scene variable. Boom. Correct. Joined. Copy, copy. Thank you, as you should be running. Now the next one. Ow, my ankle. Ah, did you guys hear that? Holy, my ankle just like snapped in half. That hurt. Okay, and now. Damn it. All right, let's go take a look. So going to the first person, we should be seeing. This is the host. We're no longer getting the extra cursor. Why did that change? We just had it. Why is that not working? Come on. Go in here, click around, go in here, click around, refresh. We're not getting the second player's cursor, so that's a problem. Let's go check out the secondary cursor. Well, they've got theirs. So what the French? What the French toast? Okay, so the second player isn't adding theirs to the list, so we got to fix that. But going back into here, sorry, into the host, we want to go back into the scene. And if done correctly, the secondary player is showing up in the player state, which is good. And then if we go to the secondary player in the game scene, we're getting the cursor value, so that's good. It's going. I made some progress here, but now I've undid the progress. I had this working, and now it's not. Why are you player ID 0? That's not right. Okay, so maybe the second player joined it too fast. Let's try this again. So, dude, this is the thing that drives me nuts. It's hard for me to troubleshoot all these issues when there's so many other factors that are getting in the way. Like I'm so close to just blue skidooing over to. Shit! Someone's blowing up my phone. Okay, so back to our main player. Back to our secondary player. We're getting no tracking with the. So going back to player 1, we're not getting the second player's cursor, which we should be. And now I don't understand why, because we were just a minute ago. But we should be seeing that the player. So they have a player ID. Well, now we've got three. Okay, we have different clients that have connected. So we have the player states. And then if we go to the second one, we get no player state, no ID, but they're at least sending it correctly there. What happened? I literally just had that working. What did I change? Because at least now we're reporting the right text, right? So now we're properly passing through the ID. We had something. So there was some. I fixed one of our state lines down here. No, this part needs to get fixed now. So we fixed it here. So now it's the state cursor player state dot ID cursor. Set it to that if it's owned. Player ID is an issue. Set the. Why are we even doing this? Hold on. My brain is hurting. I had momentum. I had it, and then I lost it. I'm gonna have to go back in my own video and watch what I did and undid, because now I'm not even entirely sure. So going back to our main scene variable, we should be seeing, boom, we are still getting the correct thing in state. Then in player state, this I find very confusing. So this is our local player ID. And that's getting set correctly. So player.player ID is this. But player state, think player number is this. And in here, we're getting the player state as 0. So let's go back up here. Player ID is currently 0. Player state dot player state player ID, that's 0. Player state should it be this? Let's go back to the debugger. The player state. Next, it needs to be player state. So player state dot the ID, which is this big long number. And we're storing that as their player ID. Player state, player ID. So player state, player ID. Player state. This? It's easy. I don't know. Getting frustrated. Refresh. Okay, cursor value is saved. Player state value. I'm going in circles because I can't remember. I got short-term memory problems apparently. Okay, so here we are again. I really wish that this would work better. There we go. Okay, he's now, it is locked on to 0, 0. Okay, so going back into the scene variables, the state, cursor, value, okay. But we're not getting it for the second player. Oh, it's getting initialized as 0 now. Why did that happen? What? Okay. This is driving me nuts. Welcome back. Well, yeah, I'm not using your thing right now because like I just had this fixed and I broke it and now I can't seem to fix the break that I just did. And that's super frustrating. That's why I wish I had this on like GitHub. Fuck. I don't want this running at all. Get out of my face. Tired of your stupid thing. Get out of my face. So this guy is looking at 0, 0, which is fine for now. Let's check the debugger. So they're updating both of their variables, but the host isn't receiving it. That's the thing I don't understand. It's going in as 0. Let's go back down here. Player state, ID, player, the ID of the player. Okay, this is important. The ID of this player is 0. So, but it's only 0 with the cursor. No. Wait. Takes player. The player state is like broken on every player beyond the first player, which doesn't make sense to me. Um, yeah, that's a little. So on that one, to get it to flip correctly, when I send the signal, in the face to direction, I add a 3D flip. So when it is flipped, flip it vertically, and then when it's not flipped, don't flip it no vertically and horizontally. Because this is flip horizontal on this one, technically, because I'm using a 3D flip as well as the other flip. Otherwise, I could replace that with these guys, but it bugs out. So it looks like this. If flip, flip it, yes, and flip it vertically, yes, horizontally and vertically. When we don't flip, no, 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 no. Because we use the flip vertically, we have to bring it back in and say no. But for some reason, just do, yeah. There it is. I don't know why it works that way. It just does. Okay, now launch another preview. Debugger. Go to the first one. Why? This was working before. Oh. Why is your player ID 0? You're just went back a bunch because at this point, it's yeah. At this point, I don't even know what to do. So close this. That doesn't matter because it's not working at all. Okay. Player ID and player state are the fucking same. Don't touch anything, Alex. This is what I wanted it to do. Now launch another window. Connect the test to join. Okay. Okay, now it don't work, but check the debugger. Okay, we're still not getting the second player's code. Their player ID and player state is getting addressed as 0. Which it shouldn't be. Okay, but then we go into here, go to number 2, and their player string is fine. Wait a minute. Oh, nice. Good job, Reborn. What? Okay. So the player, the second player, is getting the state variable. It's uploading the state, but the first player isn't receiving that update. So I checked both the player IDs and I checked both of their things. We're getting this correctly. So now when the object is when it's true, yeah, your players have to have synchronization. Everything that is visual and shared needs to have synchronization. Player state, player state ID. No. This needs to be picked player. So this part is where we break things. So each player is added and their player state is true. On the client end, how do we tell what changed the scene? And we did that on theirs. No, okay. We need to set a cursor position with this now. So, okay. So we're getting this, right? The client is updating this to the client. We need to send this we need to send a message. Because so now what's happening is everything all this is working as it should be. Except for here where the player's picked ID should just be this, right? Basically it's the same thing. Well, it's not actually. All right. So before I worry about where it's aiming, I just want it to collect the right information. So let's start this again. Okay, so let's work our way through this real quick. So the host and for now, let's set the point. Oops. Of the cursor. Okay, multiplayer test. So the host has got his thing where it should be. Oh! Okay. Okay. We're almost there. So now, with that being said, is the host getting both cursors? They're not. They're only getting. That doesn't make any sense. But the client gets everything. Now what the fuck is happening? Okay, but the host is now getting 0 as the secondary player's input. But that shouldn't be happening. Uh, why? Why? That's my question. Why? The player state isn't being updated. Why is the second player? I don't even know. I'm just looking at various other ways to set this ID, I guess, or the. It's fucking pissing me off. No, I had the state. This part was right. This part was what it's supposed to be. Where's this? No, that's right. So how is this happening? This is the part I don't understand. That one, the camera code is pretty straightforward. Uh, just set that if the player state owned is true, send to the camera on the player. That's it. That's all you gotta do. If the player owns it, set the camera. Okay, but why is this duplicating itself? Player state, we don't need to do it again. We need to do it once. Player state owned is true. And player state is player state ID owned. So player state ID owned is true. But it's duplicating it to create this goofy ass loop. What is going on here? So in the scene variables, we have player state 0. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I'm gonna get so mad. Pissing me off. But his ID is 0. Player ID is 0. And so that's getting added here. But why is your player ID 0? We're setting your player ID. Game state. And that's correct. But why are you adding in a 0? Player state ID is this. But here it's a string. Player ID. But if we go into the player, okay. Oh, my brain. So inside of the player, we're getting a player state value. But then down here, we're duplicating this information and we don't need to. Why is that happening twice? Uh, I'm gonna freak out. It's I yeah. All right. Oh, I'm about to start a whole new project. Jesus Christ. What happened here? Yeah, and that's what it should be. Reborn. Sorry, I wasn't looking. That's what it should be. That's correct. That's your broker ID. Oops. This needs to be of the player. Oh my Lanta. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's just run this. Okay. As expected. Let's delete this one. And we'll create it at the state.players.joined the variable of this multiplied by 32. So we can't really check multiplayer, right? Because right now we only have one way of coming in. But we can check the preview. And we can refresh, check the scene variables, check the player's variables. Okay, so we're not getting the ID. Why is the player not getting the ID? Because we're not connected to a server. That makes sense. Honestly, I'm gonna go backwards and see if we can't get this room relay to work. I'm literally not gonna lie. Like, I I want room relay to be the way that we actually do this, and I got so frustrated with it last time because we thought we encountered an error, but now I'm thinking that it was just how we set it up. Because if we don't need to get a picked player, all of this would run so much better. Like, so let's take a look here. So we have actually doesn't matter. It's still the same core. So, okay. Uh, I guess the client at the very beginning, we need to at the beginning of the scene. I need to connect. Interesting. Fuck it. All right. Okay. Well, guys, I'm gonna pull my hair out and take a break. So I'm gonna take a break, get back into this. I'm gonna try rebuilding these structures by I'm gonna create a template that is just a multiplayer functional code that has nothing else, no world building, no nothing else. I think I need to strip all of that down and focus on player movement first, and then we'll add in the other features. So I just need to take a break. I'm gonna stand up, walk around, get a drink of coffee. I'm gonna come back down and sit down and figure through this. So thank you guys for stopping in. I super appreciate it. I know Reborn's been chilling with me this whole time. We haven't made a whole lot of progress, and so our channel's just sliding in place. So I need to spend a little bit of time here to figure out the peer-to-peer networking and then get this figured out. So hopefully tomorrow, because I'll be live streaming tomorrow, we'll get all of this sorted out and have a functional model at least by tomorrow morning before we even begin. So I'll catch you guys later.